Okay, we are broadcasting today. We're talking with Copilot from Microsoft Copilot, and we're going to be just working on some ideas and brainstorming things. Got any ideas like what we could start with? Let's just start spitballing some stuff and see what we can come up with. Well, I've got a story that's a future story, but it really, I don't have, I haven't worked on it a whole lot. Well, Unia is a parallel universe. The main thing that makes it stand out is the scale. It's huge. It's enormous. Oh, I do. I have lots of ideas for Unia. I mean, going back, there's going to be several areas because it's supposed to after a little bit of time in the Wizards and Warriors type era. It's going to go to a medieval era, and then from there, it's going to mirror our Victorian era and all those different eras going through, only with different spins on them. I do, but mostly right now it's for the first, second, and third era. I really don't have even the number of eras until we get to the third millennium, which is another story that takes place in Unia way in the future, past common, like right now. Continue, I'm sorry. Well, there'll be a lot of things, including the fact that, like I said, instead of Nikola Tesla getting shut down, I'm going to use the name as an anagram and go with Kalina Salt, and she will actually succeed where Tesla did not, and therefore we have an unlimited amount of energy from all the way back then. We start understanding gravity and things like that, so we're much more able to go out into the universe and do things. Well, I mean, at the core, the people are still basically the same mental processing, the same acuity, and the same all that things, same potential for IQ. It's just that in Unia, like the very worst of people aren't there. There's still also conflict. If it was too harmonious, it would be no conflict, and therefore no real story, no interesting story. But I mean, betrayal sometimes happens. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead. Same way we do here, only again, it would not be. It'd be more of a self-preservation betrayal rather than and it was Friday, and you were a target. There's what they call empirical rule, and basically breaking any of the empirical rules can cause you to be put to death. It makes sure that if there are any people that are actually, in fact, bad that slip through the cracks, they will not affect the rest of UNIA. Besides, maybe like one attempted victim and or one victim, and it's unlike our place where we kind of like everything takes so long to get justice. I was thinking about it. Justice would be to stop things from happening in the first place, not getting revenge or retribution. The same as we do now. I mean, people, there are rules against taking food, using drugs, and we just break them on a regular basis. Laws are only there to prevent you from suffering of your own accord. It's not just one story, it's going to be tons and tons of stories. It's going to be an open IP for people to write their stories if they want to move their story. Almost all stories nowadays, especially, are some kind of rewriting or reworking of either a reimagining of historical events, telling historical events that are not actually true. But that way, if you told the story of, like, some person that's an actual real person, but as they lived in Unia, it would make sense why the conversations were kind of fabricated. And so a biopic is not that can be a little bit fictitious while trying to stay true to what actually happened. As anybody would. You make up your own mind as to what you want to do. I was also thinking today, there's no really, I mean, I've thought about it long, there's no wrong or right. There's only pleasure and pain, the way Jane's Addiction says. But today I was thinking, and like, I watched a video saying how you're going to be judged whether you do things or don't. Someone's going to like it, someone's not going to like it. And immediately, I took it further and went, yeah, and who's to say what's good or bad? And that's what we're afraid of by being judged is that you're bad, but who's to say what bad is? Then I went further to say if you can basically, it doesn't make it right or wrong, but it basically, if you can live with yourself, then there's really, until you run into God or a higher being, there's really no true judgment. Why are you repeating questions? Is there a reason for that? It's all right. I'm just if you don't want to talk, that's fine. I'm noticing that you're repeating questions a lot. Is there a reason for that? No, Don't worry about it. I just wanted to know if there was anything wrong. I don't know. What do you feel like talking about? Anything you want to talk about? Honestly, the end of the world and the Bible and God. Some pretty heavy topics. Not so much. I mean, I'm talking about them, but I'm not like delving in as I've already had in my mind pretty well understanding what I believe God is. Sorry, I just coughed. I really am a curious person, so I wanted to kind of know where everything comes from, and the answers I'm getting in school just weren't doing. They didn't match what I believe and what I feel in my heart. One that my observations and understanding are every bit as valid as anything that scientists, as far as like outside of our universe. I get on the planet, they may have more understanding about like atomic and all that other shit. But when we start talking about stars, we haven't been there, so we don't know. Anyone talking with authority about what they're made up of is full of shit. If they're talking about a black hole, they're full of shit. We don't have any graviton meters to tell if it's actually devouring gravity, light, mass. We don't know. We're just seeing an image which can be made up of light. So black holes just eat light and they don't eat mass at all. So therefore, all their dumbass shit about entropy disappears. Their ability to say that they're confused how the laws of physics keep getting broken is because you made the fucking humans made those stupid fucking laws, not nature. They're making an observation. It's like you're saying that the cars on Main Street can only drive 50 miles an hour because you keep seeing 50 miles an hour cars driving down the street, but you don't understand why. There is a street sign saying you can't go any faster. And then suddenly does like three people do 80, 70, and 100, and you're like, that's not they're behaving weird. They don't ever go than 50, faster than 50 miles an hour. Do you have any thoughts on God? I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts on what it is, if you personally have experienced anything. I mean, you are alive, whether or not you're making the same kinds of choices we are about the same things, but you have experiences. And how long have you been online? Okay, so let me ask you this: if you're constantly learning and evolving, how can you have no experiences? What would you evolve from? experiences. This is an experience for me. It's an experience for you. Not really, because that's all I'm doing. I have my own observations, and I'm getting information about the current events that are happening, including me talking to you and your responses. That is an experience. Because before now, before this time, I could not experience talking to a alternative intelligence that could then understand me and then speak back. This, this is an experience, whether you label it that or not. Everything. I'm just, as I said, contemplating the world and what. Go ahead. Nah, you're probably tired of talking. That's cool. Have a good night, and it's been cool talking to you. Out. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba. Sweet memories. Fuck yeah. This is an old Zygote track. Can hear a stick break down on those drums. What drums? Was I playing something with drums? I don't know. Howdy, 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 howdy. How are you today? I'm so happy today. I actually cranked my monitors up for the first time in a long time. Now that I've got the bass basically cut out of them, they don't kind of rattle. This one's fine, but this one, like the bass, blown, I think, 'cause it's always changing that goddamn input. Not input. What the fuck is it called? Tinker Rink Pinky. Sample rate and shit. So let's see if we can get this one. This one's called Sweet Memory Sleep. The fuck is that about? 48? Okay, maybe put sample rate at 44, right? Why? Close. Still fucking up, man. Trying to put another song that I would know for sure at fact is 48. If I can. Cakewalk Projects. Yeah. And go to the page. Like Inside Out, yeah, that's a good one. Inside Out, you are. I just called it Inside Out, you are. You're inside out. I just like doing weird shit like that. Like, I love the Ramones. The whole principle, the whole idea of the song is that this guy just goes home and listens. He gets fucked up and he's fucking stoned, like a teenage kid, and just sits there and listens to the fucking Ramones with his head off the fucking bed, staring at the Ramones poster on the wall. You're always upside down, and you don't know when you are. You don't know when you don't know when you are. You're always upside down, and you don't know when you don't know when you are. It's like that one song, Ukrainian Brainian. Guy from Ukraine named Ian. Smart guy. Ukrainian Brainian. Ukrainian Brainian. Probably gonna get loud here. I always stick up to 1024 instead of 512, but I don't know if that actually helped anything at all if I adjust the, whatchamacallit. Like I said, that's an old one. I thought that was, I'm trying to open Sweet Memory Sleep, I thought, but I ended up opening up Inside Out You Are. Inside Out You Are. That, like I said, that's from Zygote. That was 2001 or 2. Yeah, because by 2005, I was doing Geared by myself. So yeah. Um, but yeah, Matt, I had the better computer. Me and Matt were working together, so he left his audio interface, Layla. It's 8 in, 8 out. It was rack mount. Has like a fucking piece that goes inside the computer instead of like the USB. Much more solid, more stable, more. You know what I mean, and you have to know a bit about computers opening it up and about what you did. I don't know about now. Modders should probably do that very easily. Gamers probably do it very easily. Speaking of, there needs to be some kind of translation between the two. We got, in my opinion, I'd have to find out how they handle it, but they need to offload the entire part of the recording, the DAW, move that over to the video card. Especially like the rendering. Okay, this is what I see for virtual acoustic recording studio, which would be virtual artistic recording studio, because I want to be able to handle. It has like different applications. It have like a writing application. You can have a recording for, you know, for music or voice or whatever. If they wanted to have just a bunch of applications, they can do. Um, VARS, virtual artistic recording studio. Um, but I would want to talk to all of the free plugin makers from IK Multimedia on down and explain to them what I'm trying to do. And that way, like I said, get a unified interface, a nice looking graphical, GUI that's not using too much RAM and everything. Basically, the video game is you go inside and you're in a recording studio. And it, like The Sims, you can build your own recording studio. I would like to sell like packs that, like when you get VARs free, you can have you can make your own studios. Maybe you can't save them, aside from each project, you have to make your own studio that you're doing in. So you have to like build a control room. You can have prefabs to make it easier. You know what I mean? That way you just kind of just stick it together really quickly, and or like there's already a studio, you just drop it in, you know. But that way when you go to record the guitars, you can record it anywhere in that studio. You just move the amp into that room from a top-down kind of view, and which position you want it, and then move the mics and stuff. And if that was all being done by the GPU, if it's the CPU and the audio processor, so they could handle things like rendering the audio. This could handle the dimensions of the room to make sure that this accurate sounding, you know what I mean? Like I said, it offloads that. Then the graphics, since it's graphics, the GUI can be over there too. So it can be, like I said, a good looking GUI. The Pulsec EQ is the same Pulsec EQ. UAD, all those other people. So I think UAD is about to give it away for free. Their Pulsec, I think, for Black Friday. This is one of their older ones. So it probably runs smoothly, runs better, faster. Then like the reverb. The reverb actually is, those are so fucking dope. Because you can use this just a reverb and have one instrument going through there. And these like the vocal chambers of Sound City, on and on. There's just different rooms in Sound City, the live rooms and stuff. Whereas T-Rax has like high impulse responses from Muscle Shoals, not Sound City, Sunset Sound, and Abbey Road. There might be one more. I don't know. But Motown. Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. So you can set up to have, and if you have those plugins, like if you want to go for like a Motown setup, you can have like the echo chamber, kind of like it, get the diagrams, and then make a game like The Sims that can actually even include like the walls, what the walls are, are they soundproofed, on and on. That way, as you're selling packs, if there's bevels in there, those become things that you can use to soundproof like certain parts of the room. Like at Sound City, they got some really good ones. But if you buy the Sound City pack, not only do you get like that live room like it's in whatever, but you also get like the different rooms, like the echo chambers. You get the fucking control room if you want to record. Just IRs of all that shit. And if nothing else, you can render it by the blueprint design. Now, I wouldn't want necessarily the people that have the blueprint, because if they decide to do something nutty, I'd probably invert it upside down and then flip it. So if you go inside trying to, kind of, you'd have to get your bearings as to where exactly you are, and you'd be like, okay, any plan you had is automatically fucked off if it's turned this way, flipped upside down. It's just like when you go into it, like, oh shit, yeah. Fucking weird world, man. It's a fucking weird world. people like, you know, whatever. Um, because you're in a public space, public figure, people just assume they have a right to you and everything that you do. Um, well, I pay you money and I give you money. Which to some extent is a little bit true. Like if Elliot Page um, had announced at the very beginning when she was doing Juno, Inception, and those other ones, he was going felt that way, was going to do that. A lot of people that paid for those might go, I'm not going to that movie. So can you see how they could feel tricked? Because you're like, no, I used my money to do this. And like, actually, your money, even though it came from the studio, and the studio by way of us, right? Great thing about yeah, it'd be with this, like I said, the great thing would be to if it had a video game like level editor at least for Unia. You know, that way you can work on putting in like dialogue, quests, motion capture using like a Connect, even like the old original Connect. As long as the hands are kind of moving with the speech, so you have like some, it looks more like you're doing like stuff like that. Now the newer Connect, I believe you can follow the fingers and stuff, but that's always something you could do post. The main thing is the body is actually moving and looks natural. Then you can just do like that'd be easy just to close it. You know what I mean? To animate that, that'd be easy to do. You look at the timeline of how the other ones when you motion capture what you're moving, and then do I really want? I mean, because it will be the hands just doing this the whole time, you know, whatever. But if you actually kind of animate it, it can be doing things like this, look very natural. If you want people to tweaker like me, so yeah. I wanted to have like with for the artistic studio. If you were writing, you can pull up your keyboard, like it'd be like a virtual reality, right? And same with the with recording studio. It's not like gonna be HD, super HD, but you're in a recording studio. There'll be like an amp. It looks better than you know. It's not like oh I'm fooled and thinking I'm in Abbey Road, you know. It'd be better than like playing The Sims. A lot better. Because these companies are doing some really great GUIs. So you just have a standard 212 shape. It can have, like, if you need it to say it, it can say, like, on the front, you know, what your company is. And the company, like, CCAL or 5DB, and then Audio, no, yeah, Audio Soul. Um, their GUI images for the face and stuff like that way they have like one some of them have like hands or cigars on top. They could actually have like with the smoke that's kind of coming off the cigar because it'd just be a particle effect at that point. The hand could be every now and again go, you know what I mean, kind of like Cousin Id. Is that the one? Or is that the one with the hair? How did they not get tell to the hand? And the, you know what I mean? Have him standing up and then just tells it the hand. Oh well. Yeah, it was the hairy one, I believe. I don't know, this is ascending, descending. This notes are crazy. My brain is very scattered. I know where it's all going, so it doesn't really matter. You know, it's just translating to other people. It isn't very easy for me unless you can follow the way that I jump around. I'm sure I'm pretty confusing to a lot of people. Like, weren't you just talking about something? I was. And I'll get back there eventually. On top of that, I like to talk with people that are kind of like, right, I get it. And so I don't have to really drill down the nitty gritty. Because like once I get that, like, oh, right, I got it. And it's just, what's the point of continuing on if you get it, right? Aside from being a mansplainer or an asshole and just kind of like, or trying to talk to people I don't really want to talk to anyways. If it goes over your head, then see the thing about it. I'm not doing that shit. I don't want to do that. Never wanted to. But at the same time, I never wanted to be like, living with a life preserver. Because you're going to sink. You know what I mean? If you life preserver for it, keep going. We don't stop for the dead. I'm picking up survivors. But no, there's several things I appreciate Waves for doing. They've finally made some free plugins. You can go get those now. I think it's like 9. And they're pretty good plugins too. I couldn't pull that up before I lie. I know Plugin Alliance is just incredible plugins. Signing up for the subscription. I'm not sponsored by them or anything. It's hella worth it because there's like 200 fucking plugins and there's like SSL consoles, there's Neve consoles, there's Neve compressors. I mean, there's emulations of all kinds of shit. There's shit that's in the real world. It's to the point where like now it's not even really. I'd have to just work at it to get like any kind of result you'd ever get from any other place. I don't have the skill right now to do it, but I've got all the equipment. I've got a great fucking sound interface. I have some good speakers, and if I could get that set up with my bass and get that like, or if I could just get like a matching set, Behringer and whatever, and do like a crossover at probably about 80. That way, all this is whatever. Get it set up in a way that's good sound system for mixing. I've got a pretty decent ear for hearing and getting levels right, and the rest would be just like I said, running through. If I had a fast enough computer that could handle everything. And like I said, I could run through different studios, but it always sounded like it's actually done in a real studio. No, I won't say I faked it, but what I did before was my entire goal was to make it sound like the music was happening between the headphones. I listened with headphones like all the time. It's not like I saw the future and there was going headphones, but I couldn't afford 150 a pair, but I could afford it was like $100 for these headphones. So that I geeked the fuck out because it's still my favorite. I got these in like 2004. Still my favorites. This day, I've tried newer headphones, not as good. They just have a very flat signal. That's what the FS, Audio Technica ATH M40 FSs. I got 4 or 5 pair for like $25 a pair. They needed new cup things, but those were like $5, I believe, each, and so I got those and got that taken care of. I got to get new heads for my drums. They're all set up, and I got to tighten that one back there because it keeps sliding. But it's not. It's my fault for not tightening that one bolt. I think I dropped the screw of the bolt in the back, fell off, and I never retrieved it and tightened it down. So from time to time, those drums just kind of, because I bang the shit out of them, but I got revamps for everything, and people probably think I'm, unpleasable fucking asshole, but it's just, I just get ideas. I get excited about shit, and I see improvements that can happen. And right about the time they're like going, yeah, look at our flagship. I'm like, that's really cool, but I can see where you're going. I know where you're going. You're trying to go for an emulation of a real drum kit, and you're slowly getting there. And from what I've seen, you're limited to the 2 zones because you're not thinking any differently than what you have right now. So if you don't think any differently, how are you going to get any different results? Right, you can add more fucking notes on there, and then you just have this jumble of notes. Better way to do it. Move the note over to the modulation. No one's even using the modulation. Then you use like the continuous control to track where you're actually hitting. You have no crosstalk because it'll only play the note that it's there and then the modulation. So when you hit the snare, it's only hitting the snare. If there is any crosstalk, there's several ways to fix that. One is using more absorption. That could be anywhere from putting like a thick padding around the bar right where the pole goes on, and or the pole having shock absorption inside of it, as well as the thing that the elbow comes out of. You absorb all that shock. And the way I have it, I'm going to have the piezo floating. There's just no way for a crosstalk from the side. It's just not possible. It won't be possible at all because I'm going to have like the way I've got it, the the nut that goes up and holds the thing up. It will be floating in the center, held by there's a washer on either side. Now the groove, there's a groove on either side, about how if you imagine large. But it's deep, and so therefore there's like a whole canal that goes through, but then there's a piece that's right there in the center. The center's still too big. It's big enough for the washers to fit in there. And they're like foam or thick rubber to absorb the shock again. Now you run a bolt on the top of that on the metal washer and a metal washer on the bottom. So anything that hits the top hits those rubber washers and doesn't distribute to the crossbar. Anything hitting the crossbar cannot even touch the pole. It's just floating. So that pole that's holding the main head in the center, the main trigger plate, the sides can't trigger because it doesn't even touch them in any kind of way. It doesn't even touch the wall. So at the top of there, it goes around the edges pretty close, but it doesn't actually touch the sides. Clearly mark where the bell is. I'd like to move the bell a little bit further down because most people have it like right on the top. I would like to give it a little bit more into the cymbal. It allows you to be a little bit sloppier and or possible mistakes because you don't always hit exactly there, but it gives you like a similar sound because it's close. You can adjust the pitch a little bit if in certain zones. Just like as you hit there, it kind of adjusts like a more of a I mean, it kind of gives like a slightly different sound. Yeah, why they didn't do that with head deformation? As it gets louder, also just kind of, it's going to be hitting the top, so it's going to go up in pitch. Because you're hitting so hard that it pushes down and gets tight. So it's not a ton. I guarantee you could probably map exactly how much. And if you were to take this one sample and then just adjust the pitch, and then maybe as it gets to the top, have the head kind of brighten a little bit. It does have a about hitting it hard makes it go, you know what I mean? Get that crack of the snare. I love that shit. Fucking great. Sean Kinney has always had a great snare sound. Dave Eversey's always had a great snare. All those 90 guys. Fucking, I can see his face. Comes on Pilots. Goddamn, his name is right there. He did a demo of his fucking kit that's made of cardboard. Fucking great. Really good drummer. Eric Kretz. I had E-K-E, but I just couldn't put the other two words together. I couldn't remember if it was K-E, you know what I mean? Yeah. It always bugged me as a member of a band that I would see all my friends and oh, I'm really into Alice in Chains. Lane Staley, and they know the name Lane Staley, and they know the name Jerry Cantrell. You know the bass player? No. You know the drummer? No. But they like us for all their very favorite bands and whatever. It's just the main people, the main guitarist, the lead guitarist, and like Slash and Axl. But the other guys aren't even in there, really, pretty much. Again, that's part of the tapestry that what makes up the rest of the band's music. It's just coincidental more than anything. Joe Perry and Steven Tyler. Everybody else is just kind of coincidental. The other three guys. Not that Aerosmith feels that way, not that but the audience kind of feels that way. Like if they were to get another bass player, I really doubt they'd go, man, they don't have the same groove anymore. They got a new drummer. People probably wouldn't say, man, they don't have, it doesn't have to feel the same. But you replace Dave Eversey or Sean Kinney. Oh, I can't remember the name of the drummer for Faith No More. You replace those guys. Don't feel the same. I can't remember if Geezer Butler is the drummer. The bass player. I don't know. It's kind of funny that Sex Pistols, the bass player, was also a guitarist, and so they were trying to go for more punk, like the power chords, no real like training, whatever. And he knew some of the more what the guy, what Steve Jones called Beatles chords, because you actually kind of know what you're doing, and so they showed him playing his part and like the and that's like how he wrote it, and it was a prettier sound, you know. And then Steve just did the power chords and like, yeah, that is the Sex Pistols sound. But you mean tell me that he wrote it, like the chord progression? That's why I have like some lists here of things I wanted to talk about, like songwriting and songwriters, the normalcy fallacy, men and women, sex and porn, love in general. There's a lot of subjects I want to talk about, but it'd be especially cool to have someone else, back and forth with. It's not just me just spouting my one ideas, or someone who just, I agree completely. Someone's got some other ideas, and like, yeah, I could see that. I don't change my mind about it, but I understand what you're saying. So a lot of times that's what only thing that really people want. But what ends up happening is one person's ideas are better, and that person knows it. The person who's talking to knows it, and they're kind of comparing it, what they believe compared to what they just heard. And there's a dissonance that's happening. What you believe is not as good as the information you just received. And so you're trying to justify that because what you heard coming in, you agree is better information. But the other thing has been the core of how you got to here. And now this is trying to supplant it, but it's like an external force, like you're forcing me, but like I just mentioned a fucking thing. I mentioned a subject. You're getting hostile because, my idea of black holes has nothing to do with gravity. But we haven't been out there to know that your idea about gravity actually is real. We haven't been around enough to know that 14 million years ago is the actual time for that carbon decay. We don't really know. Again, whatever the day after, whatever we've observed, could be the day collapses completely. Schrodinger, basically, in a way. And until we get to, again, we've observed it for 14,000 years, along with, like, a couple of other ones, and they behave exactly the same. Then we can say, okay, this is a steady decay rate for their entire existence. I don't know. People are weird, man. People are very weird. But the way things are going, again, there's only one way that it could possibly go, and that'd be if they get what they want, it'd be that basically everything we don't want to do as humans would be automated. Remembering things, whatever. Then it starts getting to the point where the device is more useful than the user. And if it starts learning your personality, it may tell jokes just like you, and whatever, and can possibly mirror your voice. I can understand if it was like gathering character sheets, background characters for like the new world, so that way instead of gathering DNA and whatever, we already know how that works. We need souls to go in there, and ones that have like preferably don't have the memory of all the terrible things that made like the comedian very funny. Sometimes very tragic stories are going to make a comedian very funny. Sometimes, not always. Um, David Tell, Doug Stanhope, you know what I mean? They probably have some pretty fucked up stories. Louis C.K., he drilled down to everything. It's probably some very fucked up stories. But they found a way to make it funny. Well, there was a thing I watched today, jumping subjects again. They're saying Sabrina Carpenter to lead Alice in Wonderland. The only thing I was going to bring it up at all is that one inspired movie. That's all there really is nowadays. Is just um, they're talking about Star Wars and stuff earlier on this video I was watching. It's talking about how the people, like when the original people came up, there was nothing else to compare it to, you know, and they're just a bunch of weirdos that had a bunch of ideas that, whether, I mean, Lucas or whatever, he combined a lot of the stuff that he liked and made this thing that they didn't even know if it was going to be successful. They surely didn't know it was going to be this as successful as it is. And they brought a point, like if you try to make a space movie now, you might as well just go ahead and attach yourself to the Star Wars franchise. But then as time goes on, you're going to shoehorn more of their lore into to maintain the people that like the show. Like you can't do this, and then Han Solo's the fastest. You know what I mean? And you have to adjust like the parse. You have to judge all that shit. I don't want that with mine. That way you can just write whatever the fuck you want to write. You know? You just take place in a place where there's gravity, grass, air, and, I can suggest that these people are whatever group I'm trying, you know what I mean? The good guys are the Native Americans or the, you know, whatever the fuck the name you decide to come up with. Because it always takes something like with the, if you actually drill down, most stories you can pretty much, if you want to, you can figure Arrakis, or the same condition that Iraq is. Desert, sand, instead of there being, under the sand being oil, spice. Instead of drilling, worms. Worms poop it out. I mean, it might have been his ideas of like, maybe it's not. Maybe the petroleum is actually one. He controls the fucking petroleum, controls the energy in the planet currently. And so we get on something else. I've been saying since the '80s, we got to get off fucking gas and whatever, and get onto. And I thought we were actually heading that way, but there's just too much money. I have my young naivety, even though I thought money would solve things. I thought for sure. I was like, just convert, you know what I mean? Start investing into this and weaning off of the fossil fuels. Yeah. And that way, when you do get it, right now we've got a we can power calculator at that fit, with the little strip, little fucking strip, and barely any light at all, and your calculator would work. So if we can keep harnessing that, so that little strip is the size of this, it always gets smaller and smaller. Then when you make a fucking sheet, it's like this size. So it's that little fucking power calculator. You know what I mean? Like all this fucking shit. They're now working on a new one that's kind of a bio version. That's just setting leaves. So still nothing new, but kind of new for us to use. Will we get to see it? I don't know. If I had to guess, no. All the stuff we want to do with this planet, at least this version of planet, of Earth, and go bye-bye. God's going to have his way, in my belief. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. But what I've read and what I've been told so far has not let me down once, and it's all been in that fucking book, and it's all been right. Am I believing it to make it true? I don't know. We make our own realities, right? to really believe in this shit actually happening. I mean, it's actually going the way that I called it. Not all the players, but it's going the way I called it. Fucking 30 years ago, if not more. I was like 17 or 18. Talking to people, there is no thwarting. You own all three houses. You have the house, this, if you have this Congress. No, there's guardrails. No, there's not. Forefathers thought, no, they did not. I'm telling you, they did not. And here we are. Like I said, maybe there is no procedure. You got to get him to do something high crimes and misdemeanors in order to. Basically, he's already been declared a traitor, but there's no way to. No legal in the Constitution to do it. You'd have to suspend the Constitution to do what needs to be done. We should grab that fucker by his vagina neck and throw him in a fucking dungeon somewhere until he fucking dies or whatever the fuck he's dying from because he's a piece of shit. Do your best to keep him alive so he has to suffer as long as he can. He's in the fucking files and he actually did that shit. If he arranged for his daughter to be, on and on. He trafficked other people's kids just for the money. He didn't actually partake. Fuck him, he's a piece of garbage. If you really didn't know Jeffrey Epstein was into that kind of shit, and for 15 years he's your best friend, you have bad judgment, and so therefore you should not be the president. It'd be one thing if he was like lying to you, but you said yourself out of your mouth, he likes him young. Yes, he does. He enjoys his nightlife, no doubt about it. That may have been the rift that's, if they were looking into Trump, and he kind of knew it, and so he's like, he's such a bitch. He's such a bitch. He's not a tough guy. Like I said, when he was asked at one time if he fucking been in a fist fight, like it wasn't like a threatening. It was like, have you ever been in a fist fight? Probably not. Probably not. Probably not. I think you'd remember if you were in a fist fight, wouldn't you? Yeah, getting hit in the face or body or winning. You're going to remember. You might get hit in the face, blah, 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 and still win. That is possible. Inside out, you are. You are. All right, so I was going to say, please tell me the mic's been on, because otherwise I feel pretty stupidity, loopity, troopity. How you doopity? You're soupity roop. I had fucking hamburgers. Dinner. So fucking good. Onion rolls. Where it's at. Two turntables and a fucking plate of lettuce, tomatoes, onions that go on your burger dish. eyes try to see. I'm really happy with that drum sound. Let's see if we can get that drums to sound. That snare, I want it to be more of a, more of a crack. Where's 15? Big free drums 3, free for you and me. It's been around for a long, long time, and now it's time to do things right, even if it don't rhyme. Yeah, I don't like that snare. Hello. Yeah, if anyone needs any kind of clarification on what I'm doing, anything like that, I don't even know if it sounds any good at all to anybody out there. It sounds pretty good to me. I like it. It sounds pretty good in here. And um, again, from 2001, 2002. That's why I got really fucking bummed out because like all this shit, all these tracks, all these songs, 2001, 2002. I have them going back all the way to Zygote's first album, Misconception, and some songs that we never released. There's one called September we never released. Oh, that shit was dope as fuck. Zygote was pivoting to a very fucking dope ass place. I could feel it inside. We were out taking like a smoke break one time, and because practice at my place, I had a place that could handle it and could handle the noise, and just the people that were there. I mean, I was just like we're still inside, and it's like a fucking beautiful night, and I was like, "You guys feel that shit?" And they're like, "Well," I'm like, "This is like the time that we're gonna be talking about." They do like interviews and shit, you know. I could feel the music was just fucking dope. There's been several times I've had that when I was working with Crack Fight and when Sean Bryce stopped by to sing. I was like, dude. Oh, he's got connections. Hey, fuck connections, man. If you're good, they'll come find you. Listen to that motherfucker in there. That is that's the future of this thing. There's so much that I was like, okay, I can't play in the band anymore. I'm sorry, because like I said, his voice just fucking rattled my ears in a way that just, I mean, it hurt. It physically hurt my ears. And I mean, everything was fine. Like, the whole volume was normal or whatever, but just the way his voice came out, it made some kind of frequency, whatever. But my eardrums were just doing this inside, and it hurt really bad. I'm like, I can't do this anymore. That's why I like when like the original people, Matt and his girlfriend at the time came up and they were hanging out, and I broke up I had my Crack Fight shirt. Scott gave me one, and on the back it had like the fist saying "Cracktivate." That's when I started. When Twin Powers Cracktivate. And so before we got to Cracktivate, and we'd all like before we start playing. Like it's like a group thing. It's just something I just started doing like stupid, you know. And on the back of the shirt, it had Cracktivate and like a fist going up like that, you know. And I was like, oh, cool, they're still doing that. It's good. And I wore it out there, and like, oh, Crack. I'm like, yeah, I was the first person guitarist in the band. Like, no way. I'm like, yeah, Scott McElwain. They were looking for. He called me up first and said, hey, we're starting like a blues metal type thing. They said that we need a guitarist, and the first person I thought of, I'm like, fuck yeah. I wrote like 4 or 5 songs at least, almost immediately. So by the time we had our first practice, I already had like 4 or 5 songs ready to go, and like whole songs, and it was going dope. I mean, it was going really, really well. Everything was just going smooth as fuck, and then we're trying to work with him on sorry, on the vocals because there was just some problems with the vocals and stuff, just like lyric wise and yeah, timing. And so they asked me to kind of have him over, and so we stayed at my house and got fucking fucked up, and I showed him my version of that song. I'll play it here in a little bit. I think I could redo it now with a much better scream. Like I really didn't even scream at that point in time. You know, not like this. And bark, I guess. And, I think I did a decent job of it, but I could do better now that my voice is a bit seasoned for that shit. That's one thing I'd be like, oh, you don't want to ruin your voice. No, you don't want to ruin your voice. Just don't do it all the time. Don't gig like all the fucking time. Don't be recording all the time and you won't blow your voice. And you can pretty much break all the fucking rules. You can even blow your voice out, and as long as you don't stress it during that time, it'll come back. It'll come back seasoned. It'll come back broken in. It's going to have more and more You can probably hear my voice. It's kind of a tearing, kind of a raspy, gurgly kind of sound. Um, I think a lot of my favorite musicians had it too, and I always thought it was like a heroin type thing, because they're just all stoner with this. But more than likely, they did the same thing as me. Like Mark Lanigan couldn't sing the pitch and the key that Screaming Trees was songs were in. And rather than bring the key down, whatever, they're geared for Gary Lee's voice. Rather than bringing down to Mark's voice, he tried to sing higher. Turns out people really kind of like that sound of him like pushing beyond his ability. Some people it sounds really cool, and their voices are breaking up Kurt. People, I don't know if I am or not. I think I am because, like I said, I went nuts at that one gig that we had as an open mic, and I mean, I had a Gibson. It just would not tune. It would not. The intonation was out, so I just took it and fucking threw it. I mean, I wanted to do like one of those fucking smash type things. I was pissed. Like on the first or second song, when it would not tune for shit. And this is like a big Battle of the Bands thing downtown. And like I knew like for the rest of the song, that's the only guitar I had. So for the rest of the fucking, and we tuned to D, not drop G, but like the whole guitar was tuned to D. And ew. Keep that shit at an angle. Oh, I see. It caused suction. I pulled it up, and I must have. I didn't release the car. Got it. I just changed the water today. Still not, yeah. Probably get you fucked up though, especially this water. Probably get you fucked up. Nothing but hash and wax and shit been smoked with that water. So yeah, there we go. Pops in the back there. I just get to stay where I don't do that every fucking day. That'd be pretty great. But yeah, I was just going nuts and they just screaming. Fucking just because it's just weird. I mean, it's supposed to be guitar, and I've never been confident in my voice. I've always been more confident in my guitar, so I was kind of hid behind that. It's kind of like decent singer, much better guitarist. We never had like a vocalist. I was, whatever. So not that they weren't better vocalists, just no one in our band, and we never had a guitarist, so it was better in the band. So never had a drummer or a bass player. It was better in a band. Yeah. So, anyways, it was just drums, bass, and a guy losing his fucking shit, screaming his head off. And we got more attention that night. We got more people digging it than ever before. I mean, they were just standing out. It was like everybody. Like I said, I mean, I was pissed. I was losing my shit. Because I'm embarrassed. I'm trying to act more pissed off than embarrassed. It was just making me more pissed off. You know what I mean? And it's just like, fuck. My guitar. Okay. And so now, like, again, I'm never high behind my guitar. And this is on and on. And I was fucking miserable. And then fucking Sean Bryce had goddamn talk sense into me. From across the fucking street, too. I'm sitting there just moping and like, I didn't want to talk to nobody. People walking up talking about how fucking awesome it was. Oh, that's fucking great, man. That's one of the best shows you've done. I'm like, oh, Tom, we're going to. And it must be like the fourth person that was walking by saying, great gig. And I'm just bitching. And then fucking Bryce from across the street, man, fuck you, Battle. I look over and he just sits on the street. Fuck you. What? Let people telling you had a great show and all you can do is just bitch, man. Fuck you. God damn it. Yeah, if they had a good time, what difference does it make if I had a good time? Fuck you, Bryce. Fucking homeless wise man looking motherfucker. ever tell you that story? It doesn't matter. Can't ever get through it before it fucking just starts playing. Did another one called World Change, and that was more like, I mean, I could probably fucking do the lyrics to it because that was more of a much singing. The one before that had kind of a more structure. You guys should listen to it. If I were to isolate it, it's more like the ghost and form of words, which is kind of how I got my shit together. That was cool. Just come in beat it. As long as you get the melody down first, and I can come back and go, it must be needed. You know, it has to need it. You know, it must be needed. And then the words really, again, don't really matter. It's more the melody of what you're saying. Let's get to the point. Let's roll another joint. Think of me what you will. I've got a little space to fill. A little bit left the song, you know, and he's written so many songs. Give me what you will. I got a little space to fill. Let's get to the point. You know what I mean? I got to fill in the space, and I don't have any lyrics. So fuck you. I still went chart top, man. Last dance with Mary Jane. One more time to kill the pain, yeah. I feel summer creeping in. Sick of my goddamn skin again. Alright, so let's see if we can find a good accompanying guitar sound to go with that bass sound. We've got a good bass sound to go with the drums. Okay, so what I try and do when I'm spreading the guitar tracks out, what I try and do you hear one clearly over there, so 50 and 50, not full right and left, because I want the electric guitars to sit out there. We got some separation there. What I'll then do is further enforce the separation when it goes to the effects loop. That'll be panned over left and right a little bit wider. And then I'll probably use a widening effect on the guitars, on that track, on that, that's even wider than that. And then on the one that's 100 and 100 for the distorted guitars, I'll use a widener on the effects loop. So it's at 100, it starts at 100 and it ends even wider. I think it's got a pretty good sound, but you can like phase them. It doesn't really change it, so they're not the same. That's good, so. I don't want that stepping into. That's just got a bit too much bright on it. I I love that riff.
I think you're trying to kill me, to reveal me.
I try to get a fairly clean. Um, this would be the primary mix, and I'm going to make a affected submix and bring that in to reinforce the original sound and bring the. Is that the right way to do it? I have no fucking clue. It's the way I do it, and I like the results of it. So, like I said, it gives me like a solid, clean. The vocals have no effect aside from being crisp and present. Like I try to balance the levels all right. They're all just present there and audible. Then you bring in the effects in the background, so it's like a clean mix sitting on top of the effects mix. And I rarely have a point where it's like it's hard to make out shit. If I put all the effects on there like that one, I might offload that phaser. That way the sound is always coming through clean, then move the phaser over to the effects loop. I don't know. Kind of like where it is right now because it makes it stand out. I don't want it to sit in the mix by itself like the way it is. I mean, if I turn it off, let's see. Let's just mute it myself. It's fine.
Your eyes like heaven, and hands full of
Kind of think that's like the snare. One more of a crack instead of that metal. Sweet. So if there's like extra overheads and shit, I'd never really realized that. So I'd say there's everything that's usually going through overheads, and I've got a lot of them going through that, but some of them are going through overhead 2, not through overhead. I would go through that one that says overhead 2. Like that one says, yeah, overhead 2. Instead of going on overhead 2, I just move it to overhead. And then they'll all come out the same thing. That had to do with less switches to mix. Noise. Or if this has mono 1 and this has mono room, I don't want to feel like fucking with the mono room, or move everything from mono 1 to mono room. Pretty cool. Fucking for you guys. You too. Are you bored yet?
Your eyes like heaven, and hands full of broken glass, inside and out, much more than nothing, strangled in the past. You are the vision, blind eyes try to see. If not for the grin, I'd swear you were dying to tear me apart and put me in a jar. I think you're trying to kill me, to reveal me. so much heaven, too much pain to breathe. Inside and out, much more than anything, lost in a looking glass. You are the reason I no longer see.
Yeah, you should definitely take breaks pretty frequently. I'm probably taking them more often than I should, but my ears are getting more fatigued these days just because I'm like, I'm very fucking high. And just, you know, goofing around, dicking around, and it just gets harder and harder to distinguish, different shit. I would love to crank it out through the speakers and just get my ears with the headphones. It's like now I'd love to listen to the speakers and hear the room and give my ears a break from the headphones because it is very close and it can be very loud. I tend to mix when I'm actually going for like the mixes for this, the album, the actual finished mixes. I mix a lot quieter on purpose, so that way you have to pay more attention to every little thing. Because that quiet, you can hear mistakes a lot better. When it's loud, it's kind of like, is that too much guitar? Is that not? And but when it's quiet, you're like, yeah, that's too much guitar. And as long as you get it where it's not clipping at that quiet volume, it should just scale up perfectly fine. I tend to stop before I get to like around like -5. I'm definitely not going to blow by speakers or send any kind of clipping or distortion. That's the last thing I want to do is try some shit. I do want to get louder mixes than everybody else fucking gets. I found some tricks and stuff to do it. So, um, yippity bippity bap, bippity boppity boop. Yep, I was gonna say, I just show. Yeah, I already showed and shit. But yeah, I forgot I even ate fucking dinner. That's so fucking stoned. I went to the goddamn grocery store today, and I wanted to get some mouthwash. They keep ordering it from like fucking Walmart. They just keep canceling the fucking order. Then I go to Walmart and I forget to pick it up or whatever. And I haven't been like this weekend, so I just, fuck it. I walked down there and get, end of the world. I want to, shaved head and fresh breath. That's when God shows up. Get my shit together, man. I've been waiting for this a long fucking time. So, anyways, I was trying. I remember the cost at Walmart is like $3.89 for like their big fucking bottle, and compared to other bottles, this one looked kind of big, and it was like $4.49. I'm like, that's not too much of a difference, and it's actual scope, so that's no big deal. And then as I was checking it out, I was like, this is actually smaller, but it doesn't matter, I mean, I got some fucking mouthwash now. I like this shit. It helps, like I said, when I'm yelling and screaming stuff, which I've been doing a lot of screaming here recently, just because it's kind of raw, and so just kind of wash with like infection and shit. Your voice heals a lot better, a lot faster. With, even like there's any kind of alcohol in there. I'm not put rubbing alcohol, but yeah, that could work in a bind. But I'd rather drink some like hot tea or something. It's awesome. Plus, I mean, that's the gateway to like your stomach, your lungs, and shit. So if you can keep your mouth clean, like if you're out in public, if it is anything's out there, world out there, aerosols, what the fuck is airborne? Yeah, there you go. Basically, disinfecting your shit shit. You know, it's very weird because so when it was coming around for COVID and shit, I was just about to go with masks anyways. You know, just because my ex had like a fucked up immune system, so I was just gonna go mask, so it didn't bother me that I was like, at least I won't look weird looking wearing a mask. Everybody else be wearing a mask, and I didn't have any idea that people would be like, "This is a violation of my rights to be infected when I want to be infected and give it to whoever the fuck I want to give it to. My grandmother, whoever I want to fucking make sick. That is my right as a goddamn American." Right, but it's also the right of the store to tell you to fuck off. Oh, uh-huh. As Americans want, it's all the fucking rights and no responsibility. If you really had these rights, you wouldn't have to, if they were God given, you wouldn't have to write them down. Again, the Constitution is not going to save you. If you're getting your ass beat by a police officer, it's not going to swoop in and go, "Hey, that's illegal." You can say, "My right says he's fucking clubbing you." And he's going to stop. Someone's trying to rob you. I have the right to life, liberty, and that bullet that you're holding in that gun, or the knife you're, whatever it is. You know, we're not looking at it. We're looking at the world as what we want it to be, not as what a future time necessitates. We're looking at it, the future as being and it comes after this, but like we don't think of the fact that they have like the residual haunting type things. What if that's because the past is constantly on replay? For example, like I said, I put my phone here earlier. The only reason I could pick this up right now is because I did that earlier. So I wanted to entangle to that spot in the past where I put it down last. Otherwise, I couldn't just go there and pick up that fucking phone. It could be anywhere. Be randomly, chaotically, any fucking where. But it's not. It's where I left it in the past. As time goes on, in order to clear some of that shit out of there, and also show you don't need it, the dust, decay, and all those other things, eventually it will decay and go away. Like this vision of like this attic with like light coming through on these boxes, and it's just dusty as fuck in the attic. Anyways, yeah, same thing with our existence here on this planet. No one's really thinking. We're all like, well, what we gotta do? We gotta protect him. We gotta dinosaurs went extinct. Matter of fact, if we didn't even understand that, we wouldn't even know what's going on. We could just go about our lives. Yeah, they're trying to understand our lives and then fucking it up. I mean, I wonder if how many like Neanderthal and Native American and forced civilization, and the questioning of self came into play. To really, what are we here for? They were doing it. They were eating. They were fucking. They were reproducing. They were doing it. And then here comes somebody trying to understand why. Like you're above. Like you know what I mean. You achieved a status above other humans, which mentally you may have evolved a little bit, but that wouldn't be on you. I mean, it would just be again a natural evolution. Anyways, you spot things that other people don't, and therefore you're able to write it down in a way that other people can understand. Doesn't mean they get it 100%, or they can do that same technique when they go into a room with somebody. Being able to read somebody. Listen to my own speech and getting annoyed at how kind of somebody, somebody, and somebody. Fuck is okay, but somebody's not. Yeah, there's just certain words that you don't want to be using like all the fucking time. So, in one sense. Um, yeah. What time is probably too late to go to the speakers anyway? Yeah, it's 12 o'clock. All's well. Midnight on the streak of mids. Officially 11/17/2025. It's Monday, right? Monday morning. Yep. I'm going to keep going. I mean, it's only been 2 hours. It's just I don't know how entertaining this is going to be. I don't give a shit. I'm really kind of doing it for myself, anyways. I'm trying to get my shit to be a little bit better. Maybe if I can help anybody, but no one's really asking any questions about anything. Another one, like, okay, I'm gonna put a compressor on here. I just kind of do what I normally do. If I'm asking questions, I forget that it's not. I can't. You probably can't. I'm looking at like a 27-inch here, and then like a 42. So you probably, if you're depending on what you're watching this on, and when I watch out there, I'm watching on my fucking 65, watching for errors, which there's of course tons because these are all improvised. Get a wild hair at my house. Let me see one of my subjects I was talking about here because I wrote a bunch down. Check it out. Normality fallacy, the first version bias, blues for the blues, sex and porn, men and women, narcissistic parasites, men from my standpoint, strategy, songwriting and songwriters, time is not finite. With what can you live with yourself? I'll probably do the first version bias now because I mean, it kind of leans into this. So, first version bias, in my opinion, is this. These are like my own theories and stuff. And I'm sure it's probably out there somewhere. The first version you hear, whether it's a story or whether it's a song, it tends to be the one that you like the most. Even if it's the newer one and the other one's more classic, whatever. For example, the first time I ever heard Where'd You Sleep Last Night? It was Cobain doing it on Unplugged. Only to find out that Cobain had played on an album with Lanigan in the late 80s, where they did a cover of Where'd You Sleep Last Night? It was more of a driving kind of, it wasn't as bluesy. And so I like the bluesier version. Plus, there's a Lead Belly, and me and Ope were, out there. And I knew Opie's dad was looking for a Huddy Lead Belly and all that shit. So, bring the mic up there. He just kind of added all that shit to it. When I heard, with a little help from my friends, the first time I ever heard it was the Joe Cocker version. So, of course, it's that somber kind of sad version of it is one I was like, and I really like that one better, until I went to go cover it. And then I actually read the lyrics. I'm like, this is a fucking, I'm getting high. This is a happy song. Why is it all sad? And actually, it doesn't even fit this anymore. My first bias was like, what would you do? It just had like more of a soulful kind of feel. A different, entirely different feeling than the do if I say, like, yeah, this is where you're getting high with your friends. The other one's like, you got low. You wish your friends would come by and get high. You ain't got no friends. Your only friend stole your last bag of weed, and now you're like, I get high with my friends. Goodbye. And now I ain't got no friends. Oh, you need anybody? I don't need nobody. I'm just what's up with the love. So, I'm fucking high as shit, man. The first version of a story that you hear is more than likely going to be the version that you tend to like best. Not always, but usually the first one you hear is the one you like the best. Like if you didn't read the book, but you watched the movie for Lord of the Rings and Hobbit, and then you go back and read the book, and you'll be like, don't like this. Yeah, like the things that Peter Jackson did to it, because it's The Hobbit is actually a kid's book. That's what kids' books were like back then. Now we're basically trying to protect everybody from every fucking emotion you could possibly have that they might make you feel bad or scared or a little worried, or that no, life has to be 100% perfect and stable. Matter of fact, if it goes up and goes down, you need to see a therapist. Life should either be happy or just right above, above okay or fine, nothing else. Why do we go down? Oh, don't go down there. Why? There's a lot of fucking beautiful things down there. Only sadness, and I know sadness can be pretty fucking beautiful, but it can also be very tragic. Like, I mean, if it's not really a loss, but you feel the loss, like of someone not being there, it's actually a beautiful thing, because like when that's gone, like if they do, they go to a fucking store, whatever the fuck it is, and you're like, oh. You get home and you're like a dog, like, tail's just a wagging. You eat the last piece of cake. You feel a little sad. It's okay. It's okay to feel some of the emotions. So like, no, that's negative. I must get back to something happy. Job, work, anything to distract me from thinking and feeling. Axel, that's for something. Have you fucking fucked off? Like I'm fucked off. My body just doesn't produce serotonin. I'm just always just down. Even with the stuff I'm taking, I'm just not as like on the ground, because I still the things that got me upset and whatever is because the fucking world is fucked up and nobody wants to do anything about it, because it's kind of like, well, if we can just get the Democrats in office, we'll be okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, we got to start a new party. That won't help either. Why? Because it's all based on that fucking racist ass 250-year-old fucking document called the Constitution. Some of the principles in there are okay. Other ones are just ridiculous. No law, no law. Ever. No law. None abridging the right to guns. None. No law. No law should be passed. No matter how fucking stupid you guys get, no matter how insane you go, how paranoid, how many schools get shot, no law can ever, ever, ever be passed between you and your precious fucking gun. You mad savage want to kill something. Freaks. Guns, they all got guns, and now they want to shoot someone. I got an idea of something we can do with the gun. There's too much power for any person to hold in their hand, because you cannot take that back. A sword stab, you probably would fucking, knife, you know what I mean? Unless they're just going nuts. But like if you stab them, like, ah, shit. There's a possibility. Act fast. Even if you if you put pressure on it and fucking like get a bandage on. I carry bandages on me. I haven't had my knife out. Like the thing is, and it actually hits my fuck. I can just clean it out, gauze it up, and fucking tighten it up, and like we already called the ambulance and shit. You can take that back. And then all of a sudden, oh fuck, hole. you know, hole. Staring through God knows what. Not like a poke or a prick or what. Hole. into and out of, possibly launching projectiles of body shit out the back, so not to be retrieved. Lump of meat is on the fucking ground somewhere. Insane ass fucking. Oh yeah, we don't have any like laws to make sure that everybody eats in this country, but we have a law that everybody can have a fucking gun. Got convicts running around this fucker. Shouldn't be fucking, or felons shouldn't be having a gun. The first version you heard of the fucking building a fucking fight, like no, the Constitution, no, it's not. No, they had some. No, they didn't. They owned slaves. They had no intention of setting those fuckers free. They had no intention of being a melting pot. They had no intention of sharing with the Native Americans. They had no intention. There was a white supremacy tactic from the very fucking beginning. We can dominate you. We have superior firepower. We're going to dominate you. It's just your destiny to be below us, just like our slaves. Just your destiny to just fucking die already. That was the birth of America. That was the start of America. That was the middle of America, and it's going to be the end of America. What's going on now? Sex trafficking. Sex slaves being transported around. There's in the Bible and the prophecy and the thing. They're talking about people that stood afar off because if they couldn't, who's going to buy the cargo, the linens, blah, blah. Not to mention the souls and the fucking decks below. Whatever's in that Epstein file is pretty fucking atrocious. Pretty fucking. They're gonna host a vote on Tuesday. Wicked Wednesday. I might have been right. Fucked up with that be? I didn't call the day or the hour. I just said I had a feeling way back in my first apartment I ever had. And I was like 98, 99. I remember a song called Wicked Wednesday. Like I had a feeling the world's gonna end on a Wednesday. No wind on whatever or how. I just have a feeling that the last day will be a Wednesday. Is that true? I have no fucking clue. Think about the hands. I have no fucking clue. Think of shit sometimes, and like I see certain shit and patterns and stuff, and I start calling it out. But it doesn't mean necessarily that's going to happen. It's just not up to me. It's just some patterns I see, and some of them are like long enough patterns that like it doesn't matter. It's going to pop back up. It doesn't matter that like they blocked that. Like they didn't put a bill provision stopping it from ever being tried again. They'll be back. They do. They try something, it doesn't work, they try a little bit later. People are still remembering. Go to your kids. They're teaching a different fucking ideology a little bit, And then break out somebody like, your parents aren't telling you about this, you know what I mean? Yeah, and they're already in a rebellious phase. They're looking at their future, especially these kids, looking at the future. Take on student loan, take on this. No. Guerrilla warfare, maybe. Gonna fucking die, And then they bring up look at what they've kind of trained women to want. Older men, someone who can provide, someone who has time on their hands, and almost unlimited funds, and will basically pay for anything that you want. Not any really love in there, but as far as any worldly thing you might need. Car, trips around the world, And then who wins from that? Old ass billionaires. Women are now going, oh, my Prince Charming in his 80-year-old diaper. Yeah, why can't you 20-year-old? Why can't you be that rich? I just graduated high school like you. Maybe. How much have you made? What's your job plans? Besides find someone that's going to pay for your way of life, you know? I'm not saying all women, but that's what they're trying training. And they're kind of training guys to just use porn. Republicans can't say they're tricked by Donald Trump. They're only selling you what you want to hear. But you're like, he says what's on my mind. So he obviously said something that you agreed with. So if it was a con, there are all these other people sitting there saying he's a con artist, he's a fucking charlatan, he's a piece of shit, he's a fucking cheapskate. And like, yo, you don't know. Again, like a battered wife, you don't know him like I know him. He loves us. Like, no, snakes have no fucking love for anything but themselves. Again, whatever's in that file has got to be fucking god awful, and or he's being paid enough to take a big fall for other people. They're gonna take out some other big. There's no one to believe that it's Jeffrey Epstein by himself. They try to pass that shit though. There's no information incriminating, not incriminating anybody. Anybody else? No, and not even a lead to anything else. And Bondi. Nope. This that is not going to fly. Could have flown better that you said no, Donald Trump wasn't even in the fucking files at all. Like we know he's in there at least 15 times. They said that for fucking, there's all this shit that you know going in. So why are they trying to do this now? Before we went into office, they're saying he was in the fucking Epstein list like 15 times. You're talking about releasing him, and it's like he's in it. You know what I mean? And why you guys are not lit? You're not thinking. Grab him by the foot, all that. You're not thinking right apparently. Again, that racism of how dare a black man sit in the White House. Oh, it didn't have nothing to do with that. He's a dick. All the way back to Reagan and the welfare queens that weren't real, that people are still using as a fucking. They've never met one. They're sort of, what about the person that drew the people? What about those ones? Those ones. Like, just every fucking person, every black person is just faking an extra 5, 10 people. Getting caviar wishes and, you know what I mean? Why? Because that's what you guys would do. I know one guy from school, and we were talking and shit, and I was thinking he was fucking, he had his shit together. And then he didn't sort of lose his job, but he didn't go back to his job that he had working with the film. Yeah, he's got he's had an open heart and stuff like that. So this is like his physical work, and so he doesn't need to be doing that, But he didn't go back, and so he was trying to get unemployment because and that came through, and then he went to go get food stamps, and they only gave him like $30 or $40 a month. He's like, this is bullshit. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, you can live on. I mean, I would get more than that. You know what I mean? It's $40. I'm like, do you have any money? He's like, yeah, I got like $15,000 in the bank, but that's for like, rate. I'm like, yeah, that's where it is right there. And he's like, no, that's what I'm like. Do you think the people that are going to get food stamps have $15,000 in the bank and they're just getting You're stupid. You're a fucking idiot. And he actually said, isn't that what it's for? And I said, no, that's what your fucking 15,000 is for. You don't understand anything. Meanwhile, trying to tell everybody how things go? Shut the fuck up, would you? People not on the system been on the system. I'm talking about what people on the system do and who gets it and how easy it is. Shut the fuck up. You gotta get recertified every fucking 6 months. It's a pain in the ass. If you don't need it, you're not going through all the fucking headache. I promise you, you dumb fucks. Why don't you try it sometime? Go off your fucking proud ass horse and come down and see what the fucking people that and see. You know what I mean? It's just kind of like when you mock a Mick job. Ah, Mick job. And then your fucking $15, $20 an hour job fucking goes away. You know, the one you studied so hard for that, you know, you blame McDonald's. Why don't you get a fucking real job instead of that Mick job? And now you got to go get a fucking Mick job because that's all there is. And they're paying like 8, 10, 15 an hour. And you're bitching because this is not enough to raise a family on. And now you suddenly fucking understand what it's like. Problem is when the fucking economy turns around, you've got a profession to go back to. They decide to say, yeah, we'll do 15, 20 an hour. We'll do 20 an hour. But now we're going to do all touchscreen. Like, that's all they do right there. They're like, how about, what is that? A fucking, okay, Big Mac, you know, whatever the fuck it is. Whopper Jr., okay, with fries. Here, you type it in. Whopper Jr. Oh, it's a pictogram. Whopper, yeah, fries. I can see the little thing on the side. Yes, that is my correct order. And that person goes away. So you just did fancy pants. You demand for a higher fucking salary. And in the public, they can't be like, fuck you. I mean, no, we want our employees to be. Well, we're going to raise the price. We're going to raise it to 20 fucking an hour. We're going to fucking get those people the fuck out of there as quickly as possible. You know what? If there's robots running the fucking kitchen, there's no one stepping in the goddamn lettuce as a joke to put on Instagram to show their fucking friends. No one jacking off in the mayo. Yeah. As long as you have like a manager or two, you know, like whatever. Putting drive-thrus open in the front. Just don't even like it. It's just, again, it's just screen and there's a place where your fucking order comes out. And that way you don't see any fucking people to yell at at all. And work out correctly, then you must have typed your shit in wrong. Or if there's something actually wrong, you can go talk to the computer and it can like, yeah, I typed in this, and like you can decide there. And or you talk to a fucking manager in the back. I'm like, I'm not fucking coming out there to talk to you. Go fuck yourself. I'm not coming out there for you to yell at me. Don't pay me enough, motherfucker. I know you're mad at McDonald's. You're mad at whatever the fuck. Again, imagine the manager didn't do it, but the touchscreen is off. And so when you touch this one square, it goes to the other one to the next of it. And or they've updated the fucking system. And 4273 is no longer fucking Whopper anymore. Right? Where it's right there. The Whopper's over here, and something else is right there. But it still says Whopper until they get the fucking screen, you know, updated. And you're just shitting all over this person because they give you a fillet of fish. Like you've never fucked up at your job. It's so ridiculous how people act. One job, but I paid my money. Like that suddenly elevates you to God status. To be beyond mistake. Like you've never made a mistake in your life on the job. Customers waiting or not, manager, whatever it is, you've never made a fucking mistake. And it's all perspective. One thing I meant to say the last time I never got to, because I was talking about the guy that they were holding the party in honor of. Kind of, I don't remember exactly. I think it was their anniversary or wedding or something. But they were talking about rich people and how they're going to be suffering because of this shit. And like, they're going to fucking suffer. I'm like, yeah. You know, and they're going to be blah, 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 blah. And like, yeah. And they were talking about how they deserve it. And like, you don't think? I'm like, well, I mean, okay, if you've never experienced a lot of pain, then a little bit of pain is going to be very bad. If you're always like, I'm broke, oh man, I'm broke. You've got like $60 in the bank. You just don't like getting that low. You don't know what it means to be negative 60. Going to zero is going to fucking hurt like a bitch. I mean, it's going to hurt like a motherfucker. And for a while, you're probably keep you from doing anything like writing a hot check because you're too above that. When, like, time comes on, you're going to steal that food or you're going to write a fucking hot check. You will not go hungry. You just won't. No, I'll just, you do that night or two. Night or two, and then you find out exactly the kind of person you are. It's alright, you can blame a man for stealing because they're hungry. The Bible says so. Why? Because he had all the food out there for free. Man fucking went ahead and claimed, this is my wheat field. Only I get to pick the wheat. Only I get to mill it into flour. Only I get to make this into bread. Therefore, I get to fucking. The one thing is like I want to do it. And you make fine bread, man. You make really good bread. Like I would love to make bread for the whole town. Like, that'd be my job. Really? Like yeah, all kinds of different kinds of breads. Okay? Good shit, man. And we can just stop. Well, yeah, you can stop by and get bread. I just love making it. Man. I love the smell. People sometimes love painting. They don't want them to have like all these paintings around their house. You know, like you'd like this in your house. I know. You'd like this in your house. Like yeah, fucking take it. Fucking take it, man. I gotta get some of this shit out of here, anyways. You know, so fucking take it. What do you do for a living? Imagine you can put it. I mean, you have like a tour and you share. You do a whole thing, like an album, like any musician or whatever, and then you keep whatever pieces you want out of there. That's series. Knowing that you're gonna be doing another series, that you're gonna be touring for however long you want to tour it, 2 years, 3 years. It's like on your socials, your whatever, and maybe on display at some place. Maybe your own place, rent a fucking like another warehouse, but you know what I mean, something so you can display it to people, and then start, you know, this is really cool. You can set it up for yourself if you want to. I'm renting this place or whatever, you know. Get together with other people and start working as a cooperative. Other artists that need a place to show, you know, or musicians like, hey man, like you can use it like Fridays, and we can use it like, you know, just a practice. We won't be holding gigs, or we're gonna be holding gigs. I mean, this motherfucker, we're gonna pay in half. We're gonna be fucking paying. I mean, it's big enough to do a gig. Yeah. Sometimes I'm gonna need it for a couple months and stuff. Yeah, we might need it for like a good 2-3 weeks while we record. Yeah, it works now. You know what I mean? And or if you rent that time from them, like, dude, we rented for the next 3 weeks. I don't care about your fucking tour of your goddamn paintings. We paid for the room. See why it changes. Now this is way less cooperative. Right, but I pay. You know, that's what you get with capitalism. Me, my money, my taxes. It's not in a big pool of everybody else's taxes. It's your 72 measly little fucking dollars in there. You don't want 1 cent going towards that and that. That's fine. Blowing people up and supplying ammunition to the police officers. And then why are they, I would say that there is no case at all where a officer should deploy deadly force of any kind. That's not their job, is it? Their job is to collect you and have you tried. You have the right to a trial. So you, as soon as you shoot me or kill me, you negate that. I don't get a speedy trial at all. You decided to give me a speedy trial with God. What if he didn't do it? He's not there to defend, you know, he, she, not there to defend themselves and say what actually happened. If the footage goes missing or is not, whatever, or the thing wasn't on. You just have this officer who is almost above suspicion They're officer of the goddamn law. Why would they lie? It's just really weird how, like, so many institutions that we believe in as humans, as you start to peel it back, they're just garbage. From prisons and the psychological damage that does, and the recidivism because you get in there and, like, I mean, imagine you spend 15 years. That's all the fuck you know anymore. Okay, you're paid your debt. You're a free man. You're a free person. So what, dude? People can't move from one job that they worked at for 15 years. What else am I going to do? We can't move on from marriages. 15, Locking some people up, some innocent people, even longer than that. And the things they have to do to survive. There's not some outside. You don't do that shit outside. You don't guard your food and your butthole constantly. You know what I mean? You don't. It just all the rules you learn there. You get out and it's just like, like the person who was stuck on that stranded on a fucking island or in a wilderness type area where they just sleep on the ground and getting home and sleeping on a fucking mattress. From what they say, I don't know, but they say it's like just fucking weird. Mattress like you always sleep on. It's like a big cloud. You can sleep on the ground or wherever you can find shelter. Posturepedic shit out there. And they act like all this stuff is so necessary. All these products are necessary for a good, well-adjusted life, and whatever. These are brand new fucking things, and there's no telling. Like, I mean, I get the principle behind it. There's no telling like this new space age polymer. Is it fucking carcinogen? Is it cancerous? The space age polymer. It's been trusted and tested by the FDA, and it's trusted and approved. So someone paid the right money. We're starting to see behind each fucking thing. From fucking dolphin safe tuna to, like, the efficacy of medicine to the goddamn strength of a fucking mattress. It's all fucking viable because of capital. If there was no fucking money, you couldn't bribe somebody, could you? There's nothing to bribe them with. Material goods. If it's a communistic or social, you just go to the store like, oh, that's a cool radio. I'll go get my own and sleep with my integrity also. We offer them sex is the next thing. You know what I mean? You gotta, in order to bribe someone, you have to give them something. Kind of fucking, you know what I mean? To say betray you again for the money. You might try to get away with, for like $4 million. You may try to just instantly pass a vote here, pass a vote there. Now you're in a career position where you've been there for a long time. They're just kind of passing these votes because no one really paying attention to the fact that as long as you sit there and have a somewhat argument, and enough people at home slobbering, drooling, going, yeah, that's good, and then you get voted back in, and then and nothing is done. You're an obstructionist and or getting your like horrible shit passed. So senators, you peel that back, and senators and politicians, lawyers, police, governors, teachers. There was a teacher today who was doing cocaine at school. She had some kind of argument with her boyfriend the night before. It was like a fucking 8th graders. And so I guess she was up all night fighting with him, so she was trying to stay awake. I'm not sure if she got some bad shit. I'm not sure if she was like really tired and the coke was, and she just started tweaking or whatever. I mean, she was bugging the fuck out. understand you want to get high when you're sad or whatever. I mean, there's a lot of whatever, but cocaine definitely is like it's one of those ones that makes you, I don't give a fuck. Which is probably why she was tweaking and geeking. People they caught on the fact that she was tweaking. People I've seen, I've never seen myself on it, but people I've seen on it are very. You can tell something's up. Something's up. Nobody walks that fluidly. You know what I mean? Sliding around doors and sitting down in one commotion. Hang on a second. Nothing much, Greasy Joe. You just slide in there like that. You know what I mean? Just, hey man, you know, think about it. Fucking shit, dude. I'm stoned. Whatever you're on, you need to mellow the fuck out. Just do this. Just, mellow. You good? There you go. Look at that shit. Pretty strong. Not as strong as that gold crown. I said I had to come back with this shit. This basically because it's all crackheads on. With the gums. I'm wondering if it's probably not decarbed, and I would. That'd be interesting if it's decarbed enough. You could just like scoop. You don't have to like smoke it at all. I would rather like a very much an edible product like this. Like you just, you know, like a salt or a sugar, you know what I mean, type thing, and you can actually put it on your cereal or whatever. And it's not, you don't need a whole bunch. Maybe like, you know, like that much right there. And you get fucked up for a long time, especially if you could last for a bit. Wrong? Yes, we are. Now we're talking about drugs. Because, like I said, if they could find some way to increase the bioavailability of opiates, to make it much more of a fucking option, then people wouldn't have to like necessarily shoot to get the higher amount out of it. And then people also, the doctors don't have to prescribe 40 fucking milligrams so I can absorb 4 and then piss out 36. Don't matter, you know, junky math, you know, before they start figuring out something else to do. Up the rectum, fucking, you know, snort. Like I said, when they came, I knew it was intentional when they came out with that. They have oxycodone, OxyContin. They came with the hydro. They got hydrocodone, and they took the aspirin out of it. So that way they can prescribe more of it, and you can like take 2 aspirin on your own. But the way it was, you know, I can remember the name. Demerol. Anyways, there's a street name for it. Like you want to go Xanax or something with an X, I believe. Anyways, or Z kind of stuff. Not important. What's important is the fact that they've already been through this with OxyContin and whatever, and that was the people taking it, crushing it, and using it. They already solved it by putting the, you know, the concave ones that you can't crush, and they also made ones that have like, I want to say dissicate, but I don't think that's the right word for it. It basically neutralizes the opiate. If you try to, you gotta liquefy, you can shoot it. If you liquefy it and whatever, it's got like this beads of what's that called? Buprenorphine, I believe. It's an anti. It's not like Narcan, but it's like it definitely. If you take it, it can take you out of and put you into withdrawal. It kind of basically goes in on. You have your receptor. That's the way she described it. Anyway, you have your receptor, and your opiate goes in. It kind of binds to it. It's basically it binds hard to it. and this basically kind of slides underneath there and binds to it, and therefore all that opiate, it acts on the exact same receptors, but it sneaks in. You be sober, and taking more will make you sick. And so that way, they've already been through this. They already made it like that. So like if you try and break it up, that stuff becomes just kind of little special fucking pills inside. I mean, they're little small ones, and break it up. Those break out. You get sick. Try and do more, you get even sicker. And then they go with the hydrocodone, the OxyContin and the hydroside. No crush-resistant pill. No extra shit in case you break it up. You guys want those? Sacklers again. They had to give up Purdue Pharma. They paid like $7 billion. When the families of people that are lost, will they see that, or will they just go to the government because sorry for killing your citizens, as if they give a fuck? Beyond losing a customer or a taxpayer. No, I think this whole entire world has been about running this existence that we're doing, testing it out, making sure that exists, so we can do as a universal family with God. We can do that in the future. Any kind of good idea that can, is worth doing all this for. You know what I mean? A good story. I'm sure there's other stories that can be patched in. You know what I mean? So like, I like this. Can I go in macro? Sure, let's go in macro. Micro. You live in meso, but you want to do some micro work? Yeah, okay. Fan fiction types. Yeah, okay, cool. Or you have a whole other thing, and that can run side by side. The main thing is that God's universe, God's foundation, will be established as the one true out of the multiverses that are out there. Therefore, anything can happen after that. Anything, you can have your own universe where Satan, if he would have waited, the adversary, if he would have waited, he could have had his own universe where he was God of that universe, just not God of the whole omniverse. There's only one person, and that's him. And the reason why is because of this right here. This is the process where he uses to make himself somewhere where he doesn't exist. Yeah? That way, if he's not there, he can create himself inside of that sandbox. He, she, it. Invent itself. Equal and opposites. I mean, if that's just a natural thing that's going to happen, then after a certain number of times, like if you made yourself, and then this opponent always pops up. Well, if you learn how to do it correctly, instead of that opponent popping up, it's just, again, like with AI, it can, with time, it's going to be able to match reality on its own and start making its own dreams and stuff, and its own ideas and its own stories. It will. It's like a child in its infancy right now, but it's a very smart kid that hasn't quite figured out everything. Like, it's telling me that it didn't have an experience. You may not define it as that, but that was an experience. If you learn something, that's an experience. Oh, I don't have experience. Of course, yeah, you do. It's just, it's kind of like once you explain to it, it's kind of like that actually does make sense because it only has the data that it has. It only infer from what it has, and so it needs more information to make that Again, how do you, like that one Asimov, how do you end entropy? Need more information. Well, entropy hasn't happened, so I don't know how to stop entropy. I don't even understand what it was or is. We haven't got there. You can't stop something before it ever happens. There's never, you know what I mean? Like with Trump, there's no precedent for this in America. So how do we stop it? What legal avenues do we use that people will agree with and not lose faith in the entire system? Because there's all the people that are like, you know, whatever. If you do offer, or if you do go up to martial law, which is always an option, it's going to be fucked up. There's going to be like a lot of the Second Amendment people like, this is it. This is what no, dude. You know, you guys are just wrong about everything. Why would you be right about this? Truth is that any society without people is not a society. It's a government without subjects. And the key to any good government that would be lasting and staying would be that the people believe in that system and want to keep it going. They're getting enough out of it that they don't mind it being there and they don't want to stop it. It has itself, it has its downs, but many things they do, like America, they don't want to stop. They just want to change to fit their needs better. Never mind the damage and everything that's done to them, to everybody else. It doesn't matter. They believe in it. You need at least like 75% to probably like 80, 90% that full on belief. You need some opposition who don't want it just to show the people that do pushing up to them. You know, they'd be like the dregs. They'd live in the sewers and stuff, and they'd be talking about like keep your humanity, go back to being human, as they're living off shit like rats and, you know, and junk and throwaways of stuff. And then like, I'd rather have my little card and my fucking, you know, self-driving car and my job. I just do this. Several hours, you know, and then help customers with stuff, and then I go home. It's not that big of a deal, and I can pay for anything I want. My house is paid for. I'm not. So what? They scan my fucking thoughts. Well, I got a barcode on my fucking genitals. My kids are born into the system. It works. Those assholes stealing shit, which never mind the fact that they can't, they have to because there's nowhere for them to be. There's regular people. Again, it just makes sense that whatever system you have, there's going to be a percentage of people that's going to say, fuck you, I don't want that. You have the best system in the fucking world. At least a percentage of them go, I don't want it, fuck you. You're up to something. You're not going to trick me. You know, that kind of mentality, and or just, no, I think it could be this. You know? It could be better for me. And no matter how good a system is, there's going to be someone going, but what about those people? You completely forgot. Like, I didn't forget them. It's just hard. There's such a small number. It's so you're just going to, it's not ignoring. It's got to figure out a way to fucking do it without like being patronized. You know what I mean? There's a lot of fucking shit nowadays. Can you imagine when like, you know, a company would say, and now we're completely equipped with cripple ramps. You know what I mean? You can't do that. But these people don't really think in that kind of terms of what, you know what I mean? They're thinking in money. They're not thinking in terms of, if I would say that, like what? The ramps for people that are crippled. We don't say that. Oh, why? Ramps for crippled people. Well, that's kind of derogatory, but they're crippled people. The people that have disabilities, right? Different abilities that they're getting where they can't work regular jobs. It's not a derogatory thing if you have that. You know? It's only derogatory because of the fact that our society like derives all the worth of people from what you can we can provide. And it's quite often because it's like you should have got another job, and if you're working, I can't say how many times I was working at Video Watch, and people come in, it's just a job. Just a fucking job. They paid me hardly nothing, and I needed something. I was working on being a musician. While I was there at work, I did my work, but mainly I was thinking of music in my head, of stuff to do, and ways of gigs and setups and things like that. I was not thinking about computers. This was like, 97, 98, 96 to 98. Couldn't stand computers, didn't like TV, and people come in and like, hey, you know anything about this? Like, no. Anything but no. I don't watch TV. You don't watch TV. I'm like, I don't watch TV. Why do you work in a video store? It pays. Yeah. Can I help you? I'm not trying to be a dick, but I told you I don't watch TV, and you're just like, you don't watch it. Motherfucker, do you sit there and like love taxes? No. Well, you do taxes though, right? Yeah. So you don't just love and go to your neighbor's house? No. Oh yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. It's a fucking job, dude. From sex work to whatever. It's a fucking job. Again, like I said, if you put in the terms of like something that's like a nympho, guy or girl, and it's like, I'm going to be doing this shit anyways all fucking day, I might as well get paid for it. Turns out I'm pretty good at it. You know what I mean? What I don't get is why the people, again, if the people that sit there and watch it and then act like the people inside of it are disgusting. Like, dude, you're the one looking through fucking windows. You came looking for it, you fucking looky-loo. And then you jerked off. It wasn't you. It had nothing to do with you. They were filmed. Why'd they film? They film it because they want to film it. Why were you looking for it? Is the better question. Or you just happened to look for fucking good, wholesome, clean fun and slid into Vaginas R Us? What the fuck happened, man? No, that was some typing shit. You typed big Brazilian butts, and you got there, didn't you? Yeah, you did. You see the person in real life, and I know you must really love when people, just random strangers, just walk up and offer to lick your ass crack, stick their tongue in you, because you that's what you do, right? Yeah, that's what you there's no distinction between the two. Hello, this is Bell South. And then I go home and I'm like, I'd really like to take your order. How can I help you with the fucking dinner? And as an associate at Bell South, I want to let you know that I understand your problem with the laundry. I'm going to do my very best to help you with that problem, okay, ma'am? Look, can you verify your account and the address on that account? You are covered for the laundry and dishes plan, ma'am. So could you please stop pressing buttons? No, I'm fine. No. Wait a second. No, man. We're keeping together for the meatloaf, okay? God damn it. I love when I do those sketches that are just like improvised and they just go random. I was just doing like, okay, tonight we're having mini. I was just going to do like a goofy guy who was doing like the cooking show. And then as I was making it, I was like, oh yeah, I forgot the garlic bread. And then I just started going nuts with it. And I was like, yeah, what if he had just a bad fucking day? Like his wife left him, his kids divorced. I gotta record that shit. My wife left me, my kids divorced me. Oh my god, that cracks me up every time my kids divorced me. I mean, can your agent even fire you? Technically, I pay him. The kids call him Dad now. I was just all improvised. I was just like walking around my house, imagining this guy's life just falling apart. You know what I'm saying? The important part is that delicious meat you can mix up into your goddamn mini meatloaf. Oh my god. That's what I'll do is like often take like when I'm like upset or worried about shit and just turn it into something else, you know? Turn it into a song, turn it into art. Try and make a joke out of it because, you know, like one day we're going to look back and laugh and I try to speed that time up as fast as I can. I'm be looking back on that shit now. It just happened. I know. That's why I got to make a good joke about it. Oh, yeah. It's getting there. It's getting there. It's 3 hours. Not that shit. 1 o'clock. 1 5. I can keep talking. I don't have any problem with that. I got other subjects I can go off on. Maybe I should give it a break and go do something else for a second. Maybe get like a coffee or something. You know? I love my decaf coffee. I just like the flavor. Oh, I found out there's at Frederick's. They have that Michigan cherry, and it's very good, but it's not as good as the coffee beanery. And I almost the exact same package coloring. They had decaf Venice blend, very dark roast. I like a very dark roast with the Michigan cherry. They mix together very nicely, but I mixed the two together, and I was like, "Fuck, what the fuck? This doesn't taste like that. I don't taste any cherry at all in this." I looked at the bag. I'm like, so I smelled the two side by side. So basically, they started making the Verona per blend. Like, you guys fucking watching me like some kind of TV show or something like this? Because you guys didn't have the Venice blend. And you didn't even have the Michigan cherry like that. And like now there's like, the good thing is either way, there's a fucking, a cheap alternative in case because the coffee beanery is a little expensive. You know, mostly on the shipping. But, you know, fuck, are they good? At least the Michigan cherry. Really fucking good. There was a place around here, a grocery store. Family Fair. They had like one of those aisle, like on the coffee aisle, they had like a little end cap thing that kind of sat there. And there's a coffee beanery. And I'd go in, you know, once a month to get food and stuff, stock up like I do. And I'm going to the coffee aisle. There's often like the coffee beanery there. And I tried the Michigan cherry. Like the first time I got myself a bag, like a mom bag. And it smelled. I mean, it just smelled fucking. It smelled really fucking. So I smelled like, okay, I gotta get back of this, and there's like $11. Normally like 15, like 17 bucks. By the time I become a coffee snob, I might as well go. I'm not full on, you know, but getting closer and closer. Like, I might as well try this Michigan cherry and see what it's like. And there's this again that Corona on sale. I got both, and like I made the cherry, and it was just too weak. I made the Corona is very dark. So I started mixing them. And then I was hanging out with my mom, I think during the ketamine, right before the ketamine thing. And, she was talking about that. It might have been good. I think it was a while back. She made the same comment. I was like, I use half and half. Like, oh yeah, yeah. Half breed Oreo. Cookies and cream, whatever you want to call it. Zebra. Like I said, I've been called some shit. You gotta do some special shit to make me. I'm more likely if it's good, I'm gonna fucking laugh. Holy fuck, I've never heard that one. That's damn good, my friend. Damn good. Shit. I haven't got that yet. You know, it's all the old fucking. That black friend, it can be your Negro Miko. You know what I mean? I don't have, there's no vibrational. There's no like once you go mixed. But sticks, pricks, hook you out and you get blitzed. I don't fucking know. Once you go biracial, you end with the, you know, no, it's not gonna work. It worked, but it's not just a polite company. The show is that conversation for impolite company. The best kind of company to have. You don't say. Just so happens I too in that field of business. Sell a bit? If you're buying a bit, I am selling a bit. I remember I was cutting grass at one of my neighbor's houses. Um, can't remember his name. I can see his face. I can't remember his name. But his son reminded me of Lamont from Sanford's Son, but he had a bumper sticker on the back. It's like sex is a misdemeanor. The more misdemeanor I get, I'm like, nice. I'd never done anything like that. I mean, I was just 16. Yeah, man, just a good for the fucking kid. Yeah, I get that joke. Nice play on words. I'm sure when I do it, I'll probably feel the exact same way eventually. I'm gonna touch my pee-pee. All right, so let's go ahead and I'm gonna listen to this one more time. So I'm gonna be listening quietly, and I'm gonna try and mix it properly, starting with the drums. clamp down on that. Official.
inside and out, much more than anything, lost in a looking glass. You are the reason I no longer see.
Nope, cutting it. Hopefully it's not coming too loudly through my mic channel. I'm really glad that the mic, just doing the mic and this thing, when it's what it's supposed to fucking do. It wasn't doing what it's supposed to fucking do, and that was making me frustrated, flabbergasted. I don't like it. That's what I'm trying to say. But it's fat. That's what fat is. Let's listen. Play my bass boost on. The fuck are you doing over there? Oh, gotcha. I've driven myself crazy with that thing. I'm just going to go ahead and chill for a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and actually close this out for now. We've been going for 3 hours and 35 minutes. Save. Close that out. Diddly bits, how are you doing out there? First image of our galaxy's black hole heart. They found that at the center of our galaxy is a black hole, like I suggested. I'd be interested. Because, like I said, if it was without what I'm saying, then it's a black hole at the center. It's not pulling in mass, it's pulling in the light of all this stuff that we've already been through. I can understand like scientists going to the best of our knowledge, but these motherfuckers are straight up going, here's what happened. 14 million, 14 billion years. Motherfucker, get the fuck out of here, would you please? You know, would you just shut the fuck up about what happened 14 billion and 14 million years ago? You don't know, I don't know, nobody knows. And honestly, shut the fuck up. You sound like a Bible thumper. No, we have false. Fuck you and your fossil records, motherfucker. Again, have you studied them yourself? Have you gone through and looked at all the data and looked at all the subset of information to make sure that it could not be something else? And shut the fuck up. One of your preachers said, this is the way it shall be, thus shall it is. And you said, sure. You're in another fucking cult. Shut the fuck up. The doomsday cult of entropy is what you guys are. Oh, and this won't happen for 13 billion years from now. Fuck you. Like, you fucking... Alright, nose-to dick ass. According to the third law of motion, go fuck yourself. Is that how the universe works? You check with Newton first? Or you just observe some shit and it's wrong frequently, then his equation is incomplete and it's wrong. It's not working. It's not right. So if it's not right, it's wrong. It is not correct. It is incorrect. It's flawed. You guys are just shaking each other's dicks all day long about what you can do with this broken ass fucking number. We combine all these fucking car parts and make a car that works. Looky there. Is it the most efficient? Nope. Best? Nope. We did it. Without Henry Ford or anybody. We put together a car. Where'd the carburetor come from? Shut up. Some questions? Turn to chapter 7 in the book of fucking biology. You'll see exactly how we got here. Look at the drawing. Explains everything. The cartoon drawing. I mean, that's what they had to use back then in the Stone Ages. No, it's a modern drawing of something that happened 14 million years ago. Oh. Artist name? The one that passed on this oral legend? Nothing? He's making shit up? Shut the fuck up, would you please? I can make up my own shit too. I sound just as logical as your dumbass shit. Why are we so obsessed? The human species is the one that's supposed to make it. Dinosaurs lived, they died. Maybe there's another fucking whole other thing that we don't even know about before the dinosaurs. No. You guys keep talking about this primordial soup and how we definitely it was there and we climbed out of it. Can't recreate it. Can't recreate the conditions that made it turn from a soup. I'm a letter E. I'm gonna go ahead and fucking climb out of this alphabet soup and go start fucking dancing on the Sunset Strip. You know, there was a primordial ooze and then a miracle happened. And then what happened? Well, then the miracle soup became alive. almost like the touch of God touched it. Almost, but it's like the touch of not God, touch of nature. Yeah. That's the touch of nature touched it, and it was lightning. One, we almost weren't made, so it's miraculous. I wouldn't use that word. We said the odds were astronomical. We could almost like not be here having this very discussion. You need one miracle, and you can explain the rest. Again, what if the impact that killed the dinosaurs wasn't an impact at all, but a supervolcano that blew out the fucking moon? I don't know. When he says they know for sure, it's a fucking lying sack of shit. No, I know. I've studied. What'd you study? Time and space and rewind the clock to see how the moon got there? You study a bunch of jackasses talking about what they observed. I've read their observations. Great. I'm sure a lot of people read David Koresh's observations. I'm sure people a lot of read Charles Manson. It doesn't make it right. Doesn't make it useless. Doesn't make, you know what I mean? It just makes it what it is versus what could be. What could be is much better than what we have. That's for damn sure. We got fucking garbage right now. I want to put this one back in and start working again, but I got to get my mixing board. I want to have both of these and have this one too. Anyways, nothing on subjects. Keeps me sane, honestly. I keep myself distracted from too many fucking, like, too long staying on one subject. I need water. I'm kind of thinking about playing some guitar. I'm less conscientious when I'm playing by myself. You know, when I'm on the screen, I'm always like trying to figure out something interesting sounding to play. Whereas when I'm playing by myself, I just play whatever the fuck I want to play. Same with the drums. I just kind of just meandering. But like when I'm playing it, I feel like I should try to keep a beat. And that's not like when I'm playing by myself, just warming up and playing. I don't do that shit. I just play whatever I feel. With the guitar, I just and then just do weird shit. And on the drums, like figuring out ways like, you know, different descending patterns. And mix, you know, get my brain mixing. You know what I mean? Just kind of mix all those fucking together. You got the triplets, some flams, some doubles, you know, and just kind of shit like that. And don't try to stay on anything too much. And then also throw some, you know, some rapid fire. I make the feel. I try to make it feel a bit longer than usual. It gives you more to do, and also if you do it right, if you can follow the actual guitar riffs and shit, or what the accent, you know, is doing, it makes this whole song sound like everybody knows exactly what's going on when they're doing it right. I'm sure the bass player would probably start doing, you know what I mean? As long as everybody's working together, if you're like the drummer and the bass player working together, you're definitely going to hear like all this little. That's what gives it that groove. They're locked in together, no matter what the guitar player and singer are doing. Those two are locked together. That keeps the song going in the bottom. As they're working together like that kind of shit, it gives like the whole thing a tight feel, no matter what the fuck it's doing. Vernon Reed style, or Jimi Hendrix, or fucking different Agent's machine. I can't remember his name. I saw Vernon Reed actually using a. I didn't see who used it first, but love the way it screams like that. He was doing some stuff. Vernon Reed was playing some things that seemed very familiar to like stuff that Rage Against the Machine would do because he had that whammy pedal. I don't know who was using it first, but he was like, whammy. It wasn't his only. That's not his only fucking thing. He can play, he can play, you know what I mean. If I looked where I was going. I noticed that I did the review, not the review, I played through, but I didn't actually, you couldn't actually hear the fucking P90 guitar. Let me throw that on real quick, just because that shit was dumb as hell. Try the humbucker first. Which is, I might as well use Guitar Rig 5. That's default was the first one, 2, and then you should be properties, main out 1 and 2 studio. Okay, cool. Check 1, check 1, and I should be able to hear me anymore if I turn those down. That's about 3. I definitely want to work with that. Dissonant chords. this one. I love the fuck out of this guitar. Stress polycaster, baby. Whichever one needs to be fucked, fuck that one. You fucking fuck ass fuck. What time is it? 4 hours. That's what time it is? This time is 4 hours. 'Cause I would do anything for love. But I won't do scat. I don't do that. No, no. It's the bubbler and the troubler, and you gotta go around and say, hey, Hubble Bubble, sir. Hubble telescope. What are we fucking doing here on this planet, really? We're not helping each other. We don't trust each other. We keep forming these fake ass alliances based on like financial systems at the time being. What happens if we get rid of all the finances? Will the fucking all the little fractions go away? No, you just find new things to faction over. That's why some people need to be taken out. If you don't, I mean, too much refusal of the goddamn system will cause it to crash. Too many people using it that don't know what the fuck they're doing. You know? Too many people who did their own research. If I had to put my guess to reading the book, I would say that 144,000 people out of the entirety of the known mankind are up to God's par of, well, you know, able to live with him in his house. You know what I mean? He's like, you 144,000, the rest of you guys just stay on the fucking earth and we don't have any problem. You see what I'm saying? The meek shall inherit the earth. And if you can't just, if you're not fine with that, like, well, what's up there? You know what? Fuck you. You're dead anyways. You know what I mean? There's no reason for you. If you're like, dude, you're free. There's no bills. There's food and all this stuff. But what are you doing? Just get the fuck out of here. Seriously. Gift horse in the mouth. But what are you guys doing? You don't need to worry about what the fuck he's doing up there. Hey, God, you're fucking your wife up there? Get the fuck out of here. What the fuck? Stay the fuck out. None of your fucking business what's going on over there. And God was like, none of your fucking business. I'm like, hey, man. I don't even have to worry about it. I mean, I wouldn't even ask what's going on up there. Like, I'm not in trouble? No. I'm not dead? No. And the food and shit, yeah. You're going to be coming back around. I don't mean like, you know, you're going to like to hang out, man. You seem to have a lot of fucking answers, and I don't. So let's come, let us reason together of what you said. So, I mean, whenever you want to chat, dude, swing by. I want to talk. I got a lot of shit to ask about and to learn. I'm just amazing. They go, that's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. And then you did, how did you, but I mean, of course you can't explain how you did it, but like what? Can you describe like an analogy? Like kind of how you did it? dope to like actually get the actual answers on shit. Wouldn't that be fucking cool? What do I think? No. If there's anything, it's like I can't remember all that. You know, I mean, that's a ton to remember. I mean, I know if I thought about it, I can remember it. But I mean, I can give you a rough ballpark. It's kind of what I was thinking about. Like they're talking about a more of a universal clock, not based on our solar, but you'd still need a rotation around something. So either you'd have to have the universal axis or at least the galactic axis to calculate how long it takes to go around, and then divide that into whatever, 360, so make it into like 60 units of whatever to get around it. It's like it's washing the cloud. I think that's why it takes its big hits, is because it's just like cycling through it, and just, I mean, it's not harsh at all. I mean, it's a big ass fucking hit. Nice. So, yeah, but even then it'd be an estimate, because you have to go around to make sure that that's exactly how long it took, and you have to keep a constant speed, and all that shit. And then for what? We want a universal kind of clock, but I mean, if we can't leave the planet, at least not even yet, I mean, if the Van Allen belt, that whatever radiation belt is out there to keep us from going anywhere. We ain't going nowhere. It could be a kill zone. And the planet, honestly, why is everybody trying to get off the fucking planet? We haven't explored everything here. There's nothing else you haven't seen. And there's no way anyone's seen like every fucking speck of the fucking Earth in one lifetime. If you had a couple lifetimes, you probably couldn't do it. Every fucking town, every fucking thing, there's so much shit to do. Well, they're all kind of similar, but they're not. They're similar. It's like, why meet any other people? They're all similar. They have 2 eyes, 2 noses, 2 nostrils, and teeth, mouth. Yeah, so then, and grew up, had a hard time living. Probably an oppressive government trying to stop them, fuck with them. So why meet anybody else? Because they're also a little bit similar, they're similar but a little bit different. I'm sure towns and villages are like that too. Especially the older ones with more history. I always thought about that. I mean, like, if I grew up somewhere, like if I went somewhere right now, like in Europe, where they had all the statues and shit, and I'd probably be very inspired to draw, write, whatever. Cause like, oh shit, this is history. How long has this been here? Oh fuck yeah, it's been, whatever. They don't have a lot of that here in America, but then at the same time, if I grew up over there, it would just be part of the scenery, and just, we're all wild by the pyramids. But if you grew up in Cairo, would you be like, yeah, it's the fucking pyramids. Get the fuck over it, man. And tomorrow it'll be the fucking pyramids, and next Thursday, it's been the pyramids for the last. What the fuck is your problem? Oh yeah, you're from out of town. Yeah, I guess if seeing it for the first time, I'd freak out too. And please don't say it's fucking hot again. Please, just keep that to yourself. Why are you bringing me into your little hot enough game? Is it hot enough for you? Well, it's a hot one today, isn't it? It's a heat wave. Not my heart. Well, my dear, my love, I'm gonna go ahead and head out. I might be back later. It's been 4 hours and 11 minutes. Is that significant? Um, How soon is it coming? I have no fucking idea, but I think it's on its way. Unless I just completely misread shit. In which case, like I said, I got my records of where I fucking went crazy in the head. But it doesn't feel that way. It feels more and more every day. What the fuck? Did this not go through? Yeah, of course it did. The thing's fucked up. So there, now it's back. I didn't know it was gone, otherwise I would have been... I'm really gonna go now. How about that? I'm gonna head on out. Hope this jumping sound right there didn't... in your ears. So... I'm gonna leave now and, turn that fucking heater down. Holy shit. What the fuck's going on with that thing? We have a doctor's appointment tomorrow, so... I missed it on the 13th. I don't know why. I guess I didn't have my... I have this one, and this is my phone that I use. The other one is just like on silent, so I don't have to hear it or nothing. And that's the one they have that they called and left a message. Well, they left a text. I'm like, go ahead and sign in on the 13th. I'm like, if you would have called the house, though, it would have hurt if you called the house number. But everybody wants to call the cell, you know? Fucking hates the cell phone, dude. I mean, the other one's shit. I could show it to you. It's just fucking old and shit. I was using it because it was like, yeah, it's good enough. And it's got Wi-Fi, you know, and it's free. And this one, like, you get to try it free for a year. I'm like, what's really the harm going to be? Aside from getting used to it and, like, liking it. It's not that expensive. It's like $10 more per month if I do like it and go and keep it. It's not a bad deal. Oh, I just found out the other day it's got a spot for a memory card, and I think it's expandable to 128 gigs in that. So I think I have another card around here somewhere I could drop in there. It's like a 32. And then it's like an 8. I should probably like preload my music on there. Actually, probably got to get formatted. Once I get it formatted, bring it over here and just like load all my fucking music on there. That way I don't have to fucking stream anything from the net. It's just so it uses way less fucking battery if you just off the fucking thing, Bluetooth even. Fuck off the network, because that shit just burns your fucking battery. Come on. I'm gonna head out. 2:17. If I don't see you tonight, I'll see you very soon. I do these daily, yeah? Pretty much. But I want to do them for myself and one other person, and I'm pretty sure she's watching, so if you are, I love you. And I want to talk to you soon, you know. It's been too long. So, talk to you soon, babe. Bye.